Council for Wednesday 19th of February. Welcome all of our visitors and welcome to our representatives from the local government department as well. I'll say good morning to all the councillors and declare the meeting open at 9:30. I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people, who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today, and pay respects to their elders past, present, and respect to any Indigenous Australians who might be present here today. As a housekeeping matter, with so many people having come to visit today, I'd like to remind you all that the meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online for anyone who would like to join us remotely. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not extend to this chamber as it does for the state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comments which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use your microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when you are not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, we would ask that you remain calm and follow the directions of staff. The emergency exit is through the galley doors, my right, the left of all of those in the gallery, and proceed straight down the stairs and out onto Bloomfield Street. I will remind all of our visitors and all members of the public present at the meeting today that you are not without the prior approval of the chairperson to make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably attired. Turn all mobile devices to silent and leave the room should you need to take any call. And as chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting immediately and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include all future meetings. And we move on now to leave of absence. There are no leaves of absence requested for today's meeting. I see Mayor Mitchell is online. Mayor Mitchell has requested to participate in this general meeting via teleconference as she is overseas and working remotely and unable to attend in person. So can I have a mover and a second, please, that permission be granted for Mayor Mitchell to participate in the meeting via teleconference? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Golay. All those in favour? Do I need a division? Oh, do, yes. Okay, all those in favour, Councillor Bulgari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendals, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop and myself, and Councillor Mitchell is online but did not participate in that vote, but will be able to participate in all votes from now on. Is that face full? That's my face. Thought I was getting a glare. Would never ask you to, Wendy. We now would like to invite Pastor Angie Horans from the Chaplaincy Australia to lead Council in a brief devotional segment. Welcome, Angie. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This morning I would like to read from a passage in Matthew chapter 6, verse 34. It says, "Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Every day has enough trouble of its own." You know, not worrying about tomorrow doesn't mean we don't plan for it. But once we've made our plans, it's talking about this idea of leaving it be and not stressing and worrying about it. It's this idea of living in the present moment. You know, we get caught up so much in what's coming up. Oftentimes we forget about what's right in front of us. You know, being present is noticing your surroundings. It's listening to your body and regulating your breathing. Studies have proven that high anxiety can take 7 to 10 years off our lives, and it's linked to higher cardiovascular issues. You know, I believe that God knew what he was talking about when he reminded of us of this in this particular passage. On the contrary, it says that focusing on the present can actually improve our focus, our concentration, decision-making skills, self-awareness, resilience, and emotional regulation. You know, the Bible also informs us to be still and know that I am God. He knew in the stillness it provides improved functioning for us. I remember when I went back to studying about 10 years ago or so, and I found it difficult to concentrate. I learnt during that time to pray and engage in deep breathing. And this is a strategy that I still use today. If I feel as though I'm becoming less productive throughout the day, I stop to pray and breathe, and I always find that my productivity significantly increases. Studies have also demonstrated that spending as little as 5 minutes in nature, thanking God for his creation, can regulate our nervous system. We are so rushed, so pressured, so time poor, and yet we don't stop to realize that we are shortening our lives by leaning into the busyness and the stress and the worry. You might think about how can I find 5 minutes in my schedule to be present in nature, thanking God for it. But the reality is, with improved focus, concentration, improved decision-making skills, and emotional regulation, you'll actually get more done and have better outcomes. And honestly, I've proved this in my own life. My challenge to us today is that, you know, regardless of the work and life pressures that'll be there tomorrow, we don't want to miss the moment of not being present as we realize it's only doing ourselves harm. So I encourage you to find 5 minutes to stop, breathe, pray, and the benefits will be lifelong. It's if we make this a daily practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. We now move on as part of this segment of our council meeting to extend any condolences, and I believe Councillor Wendy Boglari would like to speak. Wendy?
Thank you. Many of Council's longest-serving staff would remember Michael Challoner, and today I would like to remember him and his contribution to our community. Michael Challoner served as a Redland Shire Council first employed town planner from December 1976 to February 1985, and he made an invaluable contribution to the development of Redland City. His expertise and advice were highly regarded, and people still talk about him today. He was respected by his colleagues and community members alike, and he was often called upon to be an expert witness in the courts. Michael truly valued his time with council, and when I got elected, he quickly made contact with me and had many a chat over a cup of coffee. He cherished the opportunity to positively impact the city's growth and planning initiatives. When Michael joined council, there was actually 6 planning schemes, which any councillor here would think, what a nightmare. There were 6 planning schemes over the city, and his first task was to manage it all into one town plan. And at that time, the growth rate was double what it is today. Michael's foresight in retaining certain parcels of land ensured the livability we enjoy today in Redlands 40 years later. His legacy in the field continues to be appreciated by all, plus those who had a privilege of working with him over the past month or so have spoken to me about his high work ethics and his leadership and being a true gentleman. I knew Michael personally within the community, where he was once again highly respected and will be greatly missed, and today I just wanted to remember his contribution to our planning of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to recognition of achievement now, and I don't believe anyone else has any recognition of achievement, but I would like to make some recognitions of achievement on behalf of council and the organisation. So we have over the last few weeks witnessed the terrible devastation of the floods in North Queensland, and This has caused our colleagues, particularly in Ingham and in the Hinchinbrook Shire and Townsville local government areas, considerable angst and work in the last few weeks. As we know, our disaster management team, SES, and community champions here at Redlands are very special people, all of whom are very proud, and it gives me immense pride and honour, not only as a councillor but also as Deputy Chair of our local disaster management committee, to advise you that Redlands sent a contingent of personnel up to Ingham and Townsville to support our northern Queensland colleagues. Councillors, I would like to acknowledge and thank these amazing Redlanders. Mike Tate, who is here in the room with us, our Service Manager for Disaster Management. Mike has spent 10 days in Disaster Control Centre in Ingham doing what Mike does best. And for those who are not aware, any incident or major incident that happens in Redland, Mike will be the person at the helm coordinating all of the many, many people that will step forward to help. We had 28 SES volunteers go up to Ingham and Townsville to help with the local community throughout this difficult time. So we would like to honour each and every one of them, and we would like to thank very much Amanda Griffith, Chris Evans, Di Vandermeer, Enrica Brazelli, Hammy Nosa, Heather Curley, Heather Robinson, Jane Cook, Jonathan Gibbon, Kathleen Brozowski, Ken Bridge, Lee Unit, Lloyd Markin, Luke Forster, Malachi Keane, Melanie Knight, Mike Jones, who did 2 deployments, Ross Alcorn, Scott Barnes, Sidra Harcourt, Tim Willis, Tony Morton, who also did 2 deployments, Tori Moore-Enright, Sindel Richardson, Alexandra Davies, Belinda Brown, Jenny Ross, Cooper McKillop, and a special thank you to Katrina Malcolm and David Fraser, who assisted with the logistics back here at Redland in getting all those staff away and back again. We also had 3 of our amazing community champion volunteers deployed to Townsville and Ingham, working in the evacuation centres and recovery hubs to support in the flood response. So we would also very much like to thank Marie Dalton, Ray Green and Michelle Anderson, our community volunteers. Councillors, please join me in showing your appreciation to these magnificent Redlanders. So we just ask our disaster management coordinator, Mike Tate, to come up, and we'll have a photo to recognise the incredible activities that our disaster management group have been helping with.
He loves getting photos.
He does. Well, I better get out of the phone.
Sure, it can be used in our intra-council newsletter.
Yes.
Sorry, what are we doing?
Alex to come up as well.
Oh, and Alex. Sorry, Alex is here from SES. Apologies, Alex.
CEO.
I didn't do it.
This way or that way? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. I would also like to recognise the achievements and the retirement of Mary McDougall. Councillors, it gives us great pleasure to acknowledge Mary, who, having had 39 years, thank you everyone, having had 39 years of service to Redland City Council, has now decided to retire. And as she reaches her retirement, we would like to wish her well. Her retirement commences on the 21st of this month. Mary joined Redland Shire Council 39 years ago as a casual data input operator in 1986. Little did she know she would come to live and breathe all things Redland City Council for the rest of her working life. It wasn't long before her capabilities were recognised and she was appointed permanently as the data input operator within the accounts team in 1987, and then moved to stores in 1988, where she stayed for an impressive 16 years. Mary's long-standing tenure and experience working within council equipped her with all the financial and inventory management capabilities that paved the way to her next role as Senior Supply Systems and Accounts Officer, a role Mary excelled in and delivered for another 7 years. In 2011, Mary's career pivoted slightly and she officially entered the world of procurement, first as a procurement officer and from 2021 as a procurement process administrator, where she continued to serve council until her well-earned retirement commencing Friday. Whilst Mary's career timeline can be succinctly summarised, her role and working contributions to council are not so easily reduced. Mary McDougall was a name very well known and many would consider one of her the beating hearts within council. She was the first person you asked when no one else knew the answer. She had a front seat in many reviews, audits, business changes, system implementations and process developments, and became somewhat of a walking encyclopedia on the history lesson in council operations. During her time within procurement, Mary tirelessly supported stores operations and was central responsible officer for the processing of all council's transactional purchasing. Kept both our field and corporate staff clothed in council uniforms, managed and maintained our financial creditors, managed council's stationery account and a myriad of other tasks that kept council running smoothly. Mary's commitment to the job was unwavering, with her typically in the office before anyone else and being strongly encouraged to head home when the rest of us were ready to turn the lights off. COVID lockdown was particularly challenging for our very work-focused friend Mary, as her home contains the one secret weapon that could stop her working her usually long hours. Mary would be toiling away in her office, head buried in her work, when her beloved cat decided that Mum had worked too much. The crying at the door was all it took for Mary to finally give up and shut down her computer for the day. As you head into your very well-deserved retirement, Mary, we thank you for all of your time, effort, commitment and valuable contributions that you have given not only to council, but to the staff you have worked alongside and the Redland City community that we all serve. So we wish Mary all the best in her retirement. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. And with that, we move on to receipt and confirmation of minutes in our agenda at 5.1. May I have a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 22nd of January be confirmed? Moved, Councillor Bishop. Seconded, Councillor Golay. Any correctness, councillors? All those in favour? Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Thank you, Mayor. That is unanimous. Oh, I still have to read them out. Okay. Councillors, that is supported by Councillors Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendells, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop, Mayor Mitchell and myself. That's all right. We have to do what we have to do. We have a declaration of prescribed conflict of interests and declarable interests. And councillors, you are reminded of your responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest in a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in your agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general meeting or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting. A potential list of items will be discussed at the non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors at each workshop agenda before proceeding to the general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations can also be made at any time throughout the meeting should you need to. I understand we have 2 declared conflict of interest to go through. Is there anyone else that wishes to declare a conflict? We have a declarable conflict of interest received from Councillor Lance Hewlett for item at 20.3. Councillor Hewlett intends to exclude himself from the meeting while the item is being discussed, so there is no vote required. For this vote? Oh, okay. Sorry, Lance, you have to go for this vote.
Later in the meeting.
You'll declare it later in the meeting? Okay. Councillor Hewlett intends to... done Councillor Hewlett. We also have a declarable conflict of interest received from Mayor Joss Mitchell for item 20.3. Mayor Mitchell intends to exclude herself from the meeting while the item is being discussed. So again, there is no vote required. Thank you, Mayor Mitchell.
Thank you.
We now move on to matters outstanding from the previous general meeting, and I'll hand over to our acting CEO, Louise Roussan, to run through those matters for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and councillors and members of the public. There are 4 items that are outstanding from previous general meetings. Item 1 is 7.1, Draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report, and a report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.2 is the Indoor Sports Facilities Planning. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. Item 7.3, the petition from Councillor Shane Rendells with the request for Council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for Moreton Bay Marine Facilities. A report will come to a future meeting of Council. And 7.4, Council's programs related to the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Act, response to the notice of motion. That report is on this agenda at item 15.1. Thank you, Deputy
Acting
Mayor.
CEO. It's outside meeting, but what's your problem, Councillor?
Thank you. I don't have a problem. I just wanted to seek clarity. I know we've already jumped past this, but the conflicts of interest.
Oh, we will come back to those later in the agenda, I believe.
Because I would like some legal clarification.
Well, we could do it
that.
at that item when it comes up.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware of any mayoral minutes, and I don't believe the Mayor has a mayoral minute, so we can move on to public participation. We have one speaker who has applied to speak today. So in accordance with meeting standing orders, I'm going to ask that we adjourn for a period of 5 minutes and make that time available by resolution to permit our speaker to address the local government on matters of public interest relating to the local government. Can I have a mover and a seconder that the meeting standing orders be suspended for 5 minutes to allow for public participation? Moved by Councillor Boglari, seconded by Councillor Bishop. All those in favour? In favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Mayor Mitchell and myself. I'll just now ask Mr Anthony Maloney to come forward to the lectern. And prior to speaking, I need to let you know, you may have noticed for all members, the signage in the chambers regarding public participation at meetings. It is Council's usual practice to require any person wishing to address the meeting to state their name, suburb or organisation they represent and the subject they wish to speak about. This information is recorded in the minutes of the meeting, which is a public document available for inspection at Council's administration building and published on the Council's website. I also advise that the meeting is being live streamed and that by speaking you acknowledge and agree that this meeting can be seen live in the public domain. Any person wishing to address the meeting must state their name, suburb and organisation they represent and what they wish to speak about. Stand unless able to do so, speak and act with decorum, be respectful and courteous, and make no comments directed at any individual council employee, councillor or member of the public, ensuring that comments relate to council as a whole. As the chairperson, it is my responsibility to consider each application on its merits and consider any relevant matter in making a decision to allow or disallow a person to address the local government. Only those members of the public who have an approved application are able to do so, and details on how to apply are available on Council's website. We have only one speaker today, so we have allowed for 5 minutes for Mr Maloney to speak, and with that, I will ask you to commence. Thank you.
Anthony Maloney from Mount Cotton. I've been a resident there for over 30 years. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, Mayor and councillors for the opportunity and staff as well. I want to talk about the Barrow Quarry, the new quarry that's planned for 125 hectares on the western side of the Mount Cotton Ridge. It's a block of land that had no quarry there previously. It's bordered by West Mount Cotton Road on the far west side, and it's on the southern side, it's Logan City. The valley is like a fishbowl, so anyone that has an activity on their property, you can hear it from the other side of the valley. It's a beautiful little valley, and the quarry was called in by the Minister in 2013 on the basis of state significance. Now, it was determined to be state significant because it could supply 5% of the regional needs of extracted materials. There wasn't a due diligence process to look at what other quarries there may have been around. There's already an existing quarry on West Mount Cotton Road, and only 8 to 6% of its resources are required locally. Yet we allow another quarry that only can supply 5% of the resource as part of the call-in. It doesn't take into account any of the quarries, the hard rock quarries just south of the Logan River. In fact, the whole region has more hard rock quarries than any other region, metropolitan region in Australia. The issue for residents is that there are 50, because of the state planning policy, there are 50 residences surrounding the quarry that are caught up in the separation buffer zone. That was enforced on them. There's 20 homes and about a dozen businesses. It's in conflict with the state planning policy. So despite the state planning policy calling for separation zones of 1 kilometre from sensitive sites, which homes and businesses are, it was allowed to put a new quarry there. So what are the adverse impacts from the state planning policy? Noise, silica dust, ground vibration, no increase in people living in the area, no increase in working people, no congregation of people. So what does that mean if you have a home there? Well, you can't employ anyone in your business. You can't have a guest flat. If a house was destroyed tomorrow and the quarry was to put up a building, there are building restrictions on that quarry. They can't have any openings facing the quarry. They can't have any congregating staff facing the quarry on the other side of the building. Yet we have homes and businesses that live in that environment. Would you be happy for your children or grandchildren to come home in the afternoon and have silica levels up to 30% higher than background levels? That is not acceptable. There was no conversation, there was no discussion, and it's in conflict with the state planning policy. So I'll move on to changes. So the council is the assessment manager, and there is a range of conditions, and they're complex conditions covering the quarry. The assessment manager is to assess those conditions, protect against changes, and communicate to the community when there are changes. Since the call-in, there have been significant changes. The scale of the quarry is 18 to 20% bigger. Was that communicated to us? No. Was it communicated to the council? I don't know. The state-of-art processing plant that was promised as part of the application isn't going to happen. It's now a mobile plant. Has that been assessed? No. The internal maintenance service road, which was just to be an internal maintenance service road, which was to take service vehicles down to the quarry face. There was to be a conveyor because the actual processing plant was to be on top of the ridge and the quarries down the bottom of the valley. There was a protected, covered, dust-proof conveyor to move materials up the ridge line, up almost half a kilometre to the top of the ridge line. That's put aside now. So that may be in 15 years' time. Was that assessed? Was the noise impact assessed? No. That's a substantial change. So there's a change in scale. There's an increase in the severity of impacts because they haven't been assessed because we're not using the conveyor anymore. We're going to use heavy haulage vehicles, go up half a kilometre. These are fundamental changes to the operation. So within the currency period expired on July 26. And it's a fairly complex application that the call in. And I don't expect any officer to fully understand it. We've had to use our own experts to understand some of the requirements and plans within it. But some simple things weren't done. Now, we looked at what due diligence council may have done prior to the end of the currency period. We've done an FOI. And apart from some council visits to look at water quality issues, there hasn't been, in our opinion, a substantial due diligence on whether the conditions have been complied with. And some simple things. Under the service access road, there was to be a fauna bypass because the quarry dissects between the very southern tip of Mount Cotton and the northern side of Mount Cotton. So there was a fauna bypass. The access road has an escarpment on either side of nearly 5 metres. So it's not reasonable to expect fauna to cross it. That hasn't been built. Not only hasn't been built, that service maintenance road is now the heavy vehicle haulage road. So how can that happen? How was that accepted that at the end of the currency period, and we don't know how they operated, I mean, they notified the council that they were to commence production by the July 26th. Maybe they pushed a wheelbarrow of topsoil up there, but the road wasn't intended for heavy haulage, and there was no fauna bypass. Let me talk about the water treatment plant. Yes, there are some dams for the water treatment plant as part of the conditions. There are 2 holding dams, there's a sand filter, and there's a sedge pond. Well, they weren't operating. Maybe you have built. The sand filter's not operating. The sedge pond has been used as part of the offset planning. Now, you don't have to be a horticulturalist to understand you can't use a sedge pond for offset planting for koalas. Doesn't work. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, I've
Okay.
turned it off instead. Your time has expired, but as this is a very important issue, I'm going to allow you latitude.
Thank you. I'll sum up now. So in closing, what would we like? We'd like the changes to be properly assessed for impact. It's at the end of the currency period. It wasn't ready at the end of the currency period and it's still operating. Why is that? Now, people might say, well, they put a lot of money into it. Well, the residents weren't considered when they were changed. They suddenly became tenants in their own properties and their cost of their net wealth. This is a small fraction of the wealth of the owner of that quarry. So we want review of the currency period, whether they were ready to operate, and assessment of the changes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr Maloney. Thank you, councillors. With that, I'd like a mover and a seconder to move back into standing orders and resume our meeting. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Golley, seconded Councillor Hughes. All those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golley, Hewlett, Rendals, McKenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop. Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and myself. Thank you. I've not been advised of any petitions or presentations. We do have a new item to be moved into the agenda and a change to the order of business. So at 11, so confidential late item, strategic property opportunity, which will be called item 20.6. Is to be inserted into the agenda during confidential. However, in order to have an appropriate flow of people coming and going for other items, although it's called 20.6, councillors, it will be discussed between 20.4 and 20.5. So that is the change to to the agenda order. So can I have a motion to accept that late confidential item called 20.6 and to be discussed between 20.4 and 20.5? Moved Councillor Rendals, seconded Councillor Mitchell. All those in favour? Councillor Baglari, Mitchell, Golle, Hewlett, Rendals, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop, Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
And Mayor and myself. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. There are no reports from the Office of the CEO today, so moving on to area 13 of our agenda, reports from organisational services. We have the January 2025 monthly financial report. If I can get a mover and a seconder for the report, and I have our head of our CFO is here ready to speak on it. So mover and a seconder for the January monthly financial report, please. Moved Councillor Bishop, seconded Councillor Golle. CFO, if you'd like to make some comments.
Good morning, and through you, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the January financial monthly reports. The reports do reflect the recent budget review that was adopted in December last year. I will address the overall key highlights and key performance measures which provide an overall summary of the January results and the reports contained within. Overall, I do note that the material key drivers behind these year-to-date variances remain similar to those discussed in previous months. In reference to the key financial highlights, which we can see on the screen here, which is section 1, page 26 of the report, we can see the return to favourable status for recurrent expenditure, noting that the previous month's unfavourable status was a minimal 0.54%. I also note that recurrent revenue has a 0% variance at the end of January. So overall, this means that the year-to-date operating surplus result of $47.7 million represents a variance to budget of $876,000 or just 1.8%. And this demonstrates how well the organisation is managing its revenue and costs to budget. The main driver for this 1.8% variance is depreciation, which remains an item that is closely monitored by management and which will be adjusted through a future budget review should it be required. Consistent with prior months, water consumption is lower than expected at the end of January, meaning that both the revenue and the matching expenditure remain behind budget, but because they offset each other, there is a net nil operating impact to our results. The closing cash and cash equivalents variance continues to reflect the complexity in forecasting the actual timing of cash inflows and cash outflows. Therefore, it still remains that timing variance at this point in the financial year. I do draw attention to the capital works expenditure, which is showing that year-to-date underspend and due to various factors, for example, the wet weather that we've been experiencing, and our officers will continue to closely monitor this. However, I really would also like to draw attention to the significant spend we have invested this financial year so far, and a great example of this is the Wellington Street Panorama Drive upgrade. Lastly, if I move to the key performance indicators in Table 2, still on page 26, as we can see, Council continues to exceed or meet all measures except the asset sustainability ratio. January has seen an uplift in this ratio to 41.65%, and this reflects the ongoing mix of capital works delivered year to date to January. Officers remain confident that this target will be met by the end of financial year, and again, it is one that we will continue to closely monitor as we progress through the financial year. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the January financial reports and welcome any comments or questions. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Now, Councillor Bishop, as the mover of the motion, would you like to speak to it?
No, just thank you very much to officers and also for answering the other questions. I think keeping our eye on those capital expenditures and the time issues and carryovers is important for us all. So thank you very much and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any speakers against? No? Are there any questions? Question, Councillor Mitchell.
Yeah, apologies, I hadn't put this through ahead, but it was just with the announcement yesterday of a 0.25% cash rate reduction, which is very welcome for a lot of lenders out there. But just briefly, what impacts, if any, for council's revenue or costs might be looking forward if there are further reductions over time?
CFO.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, Councillor Mitchell, thank you for the question. It is very early days with the announcement being made only just yesterday afternoon, and obviously we will flow that impact through, particularly through our budget process. And I do know that the board director of the RBA did quite firmly state that not to expect further interest cuts, so we actually have to factor that in as well. With regards to our cash investments, particularly our $50 million term deposit, we do have an agreed interest rate that we negotiated with our institution, so that will remain in place for that term of that agreed term deposit.
Thank you. No further questions? Do you need to sum up, Councillor?
No, thank you.
With that, I'll put the motion. Those in favour? Thank you. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendals, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop. Madam Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Thank you, Mayor, and myself. Thank you. Councillors, with that we move on to item 14.1, 2025 Federal Advocacy Document. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation, please? Moved Councillor Coley, seconded Councillor Boglari. Councillor Coley, would you like to speak to it, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Ahead of the upcoming federal election, Council has identified a series of priorities which are outlined in this item here. Local government receives just 3% of tax revenue, so working with our federal and state partners to ensure that we are being supported in the projects that we want to deliver for our community is extremely important. Some of the items included in this piece here will have a real impact on the livability of our community. Things like the Brisbane Metro network expansion to Capalaba, sport and recreation upgrades, enabling infrastructure to support the growth of our city, regional status for Redland Coast Islands, improved clarity on the native title process, Wellington Street Panorama Drive upgrades for future stages, improved consultation for environmental protection issues applicable under the EPBC Act, and funding to enhance disaster resilience and community safety, all very important things for all of the residents and all of the stakeholders in our city. There are other issues which require advocacy, but these are our priorities for this election. They will be presented to election candidates, and we will follow up following the election, the federal election. We'll continue to advocate to those successful and to whichever party is successful in the election to ensure that we can work in partnership to deliver these great outcomes for our city.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have any speakers against? Councillors, because this is such an important thing, I will open up to comments, but I'll just exhaust questions. Is there any questions? It's a question, Councillor. Yes, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Chair. In the priority area 4, there are many good things in this, but I'll just stick to the question. I'd just like to ask, it refers on the second page to the sewering of 1,400 lots on Southern Moreton Bay Islands. And I just wanted to clarify Council's current policy position in regard to that matter. and I've got some comments in relation to that.
I'll come back to you for comments after the questions. Do we have the acting, is this for the acting chair of organisational services or for, who's best placed to answer? Natasha, please. Oh,
Sorry, go to Martin.
Margie's going to speak for our Redland Water and Waste.
So I will need to follow up on that and actually take that on notice, but previous investigations was the cost of putting that infrastructure in. It's extremely costly because it would require sewage treatment. They're very costly even for a smaller plant. And also the network sewering, but it is something I do need to take on notice because...
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor? Councillor Boglari?
Through you to Natasha, I have the answer, but I think it's an answer that the public would also like to hear, so I'll ask the question again.
Sorry, apologies. You sent the question earlier and
yes, but I think it's something that all councillors in the community...
So you're reading a response that's been...
No, I was going to ask the officer to speak to it, if I may.
Sorry, I'm confused. You said you have the answer?
Yes, but I think I want to share it, and I think the officer would be best to speak to it rather than I just read it.
Okay, go for it. Thank you.
Okay, so no, I asked earlier today about an indoor stadium and our advocacy on it and Tasha's centre, because it's something that I think those sporting groups will see this document and ask why it wasn't included, and Natasha's got the answer.
Oh, okay, so you're speaking to the indoor stadium, not the sewer?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I was confused.
Oh,
I
you
thought you
throw
were providing
sewer.
the answer to Councillor Bishop's question.
No.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Okay, that's twice I've tricked you now. I'll go for three times.
Thank you. If you could, please.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair, through to Councillor Boglari. After discussions with internal stakeholders, it was recommended not to include the projects as it's believed it's quite preliminary and we don't have a specific ask, I guess, for support from the federal government at this stage. Whilst the resolution of council is being actioned through an internal working group and with site analysis underway, the decision of council to progress to feasibility or design is a future decision of council, and we would await that, I guess, to inform our position on how we seek support from other levels of government.
I appreciate the opportunity for the community to hear the response. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Any further questions, Councillor? No? Well, I will open up to comments, councillors, because this is a very important document. I believe I have Councillor Bishop first, then Councillor Mitchell, then Councillor Hughes at this stage. Councillor Bishop?
Thank you, Chair. My first comment just relates to a matter, and thank you to the officers for following up. It relates to the sport and recreation upgrades. There is a mention of the very, very important William Taylor Memorial Sports precinct, which is yet to go through some further consultation. So there are some comments in this report that relate to infrastructure that is requesting funding, but that is also still subject to some consultation. But I think it's important to note that the officers are being proactive in that regard. In regard to priority area 4, which is the relating back to the islands, and I totally understand the advocacy and the legacy challenges that we do have that need to be better understood, and certainly recognise that regional status is very important in terms of funding and parity for ongoing advocacy. Yet to my mind there is a significant degree of discussion, design and deliberation that Council needs to explore in open session before a decision regarding the sewering or management of wastewater through a municipal solution as an advocacy position, just relating to the cost, the provision of delivering a municipal solution on the islands. I think that's an important thing that we do need to discuss further, just noting that a request for support in that regard would still be welcome, but we just need to be clear about our own intent. In relation to priority area 5, which is seeking clarity on native title, I just want to note that Redland City's in a very unique and fortunate position, especially as we approach 2032, when I believe the world will come to SEQ and want to learn about our region's Indigenous heritage. We've got so many proud First Nations people as residents and descendants, many of whom are maintaining an ongoing connection with country, culture and custom. And while I'm absolutely in favour of equity in terms of funding and clarity on purpose, wherever possible and appropriate, I acknowledge that there are many sensitivities and legacy issues at play which are being considered through an extensive legal process at the moment. And even this is seeming to cause some division and create distance that is challenging and regrettable in the community, when what we really want is to find harmony, unity and clarity, which is tricky given our complicated layers of history in this country. So I hope that going forward we can find ways to continue to walk together, which Council has done very well and will continue to, so we can build mutual trust, which I believe is our shared intent. And with regards to priority 7, the EPBC, I believe that we do need to be clear about the distinction between the function of managing our shared matters of environmental significance and cultural importance at all levels of government, which are incredibly unique, irreplaceable, both to our region and our nation, and the trade-off between other forms of development and delivery that could at times be perceived to be either not directly related to EPBC, or even in some instances maybe at cross purposes to the intent of the EPBC Act. It's a delicate balance, and I do feel we need to be clear about managing the baseline data of the asset that we're managing and matters of significance that all parties and stakeholders can agree are important going forward. Just wanted to make those comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillors, I want to give everyone who would like an opportunity. Councillor Bishop was very concise with his notes and he was well within his 5 minutes, which was awesome. Thank you. And so I would remind everyone else, please, to do the same. Councillor Mitchell, you had some comments you wanted to make?
Yeah, thank you. Just while everything on this list is crucial for our community, I did want to highlight and link both the Redlands Coast Islands application for regional status and the item above in the advocacy document on enabling infrastructure. The two are inextricably linked. There is no principle-based, equitable decision that the federal government could make that separates the remoteness and the challenges of our islands from communities of Central Australia, far north Queensland or other remote communities. The costs are well recognised of an increase of 30 to 40% more for delivering infrastructure onto those islands. And this can include digital infrastructure, which is federal responsibility. It can be water and sewerage, roads, employment opportunities, industry, and every element, health services, transportation, every element that has society functioning. And yet our community is treated as, my view, second-class citizens or ignored, as opposed to the very same challenges that are in rural and remote communities. And it's simply just a recognition of our federal government and our state government, by the way, that these challenges exist. We're not asking for anything special. We're just asking for fair. Why would the residents of Alex Hills or Mount Cotton or Sheldon or anywhere else care about this? If we achieved rural status and the opportunity for funding to be regular and untied, this would save several million, maybe tens of $millions a year that could go into filling those potholes, providing those sports fields, those core council business opportunities that we're forced to live on fumes as local government because we don't have these opportunities that perhaps some of our cousins elsewhere have. This is not trying to pick the pocket of other communities. It's actually requesting of our federal government to increase the funding pie, increase the fairness so that there is equity across. So while this is a plea for our islands, all our islands, my beloved North Stradbroke, but I know Councillor Rendell's and also Councillor Hewlett, who also represent islands, as we all do, would have no argument, I would suggest. So to enable that infrastructure and opportunity across our islands, regional status, and onto the mainland, regional status is crucial. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Hughes.
I know, thank you. I know when we come to our islands, the infrastructure is so important. But I'm going to drill down to just, if we can, thanks, page 47, of course, our sporting fields. And I'm blessed to represent both our John Fredericks community and our Judy Holt. And here we've got sporting field lighting on page 47 and 1.2 million for John Fredericks Park in Capalaba to support rugby league. And this is a story that is across our city, but I know this sporting field. This is my Warriors. We've got about 400 players there. So basically you double that, 400 of us, 400 of them, there's 800 plus the supporting. We've got 1,000 people odd coming through that precinct, just at this one end of the precinct at John Fredericks every single week. At this point in time, what we're asking for and what we really need is the field 2, the lighting there can no longer be sourced for what's there. The bulbs, literally can't buy them anymore in the world, nor spare parts. We've acknowledged that. So we have been blessed again with a grant. We've got a new switchboard upgrade there. Yeehaw! Everyone is excited. Switch it on. Whoops. The switchboard upgrade has rendered our two of those poles on that field inoperable. The council is now running generators to get that field lit. Literally generators. We desperately need support there at John Fredericks. And so I implore everyone that's put together all of this whole document. These are real people. This is our city. This is just one story multiplied by many, but just focusing on John Fredericks. Thanks for that lighting. Cheers.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor McKenzie?
Thank you, Chair. I completely support all the advocacy pieces that are in this document and look forward to hearing the responses from our federal candidates on these items. I just want to draw attention to priority 3, which is enabling infrastructure to support population growth. We've recently had 900 hectares of land in southern Thornlands put into our urban footprint in order to ease the housing crisis that is being felt across the whole country. And it's not enough just to put land in the urban footprint. When land does not have sewer or water, it needs road upgrades, it needs that enabling infrastructure. Local councils cannot afford $1 billion, and I am not joking when I say it's probably in excess of $1 billion worth of infrastructure to actually activate that land. Councils receive 3% of taxation revenue. The majority of the funding is received, taxation revenue is received by our federal government. We are looking to our federal government to ease the housing crisis that is not just in South East Queensland, but across the whole country by actually supporting us and providing that critical funding that we need in order to put that infrastructure in there to support the population growth that we are having here in South East Queensland. We've seen that there's been over a $300 million a year cost shift to local governments in Queensland, and Redland's rate base is 90% residential. We do not have a large commercial rate base. We don't have an airport. We don't have major industry here. We are predominantly residential. We cannot afford over $1 billion worth of infrastructure to build those homes down in southern Thornlands. So we are imploring the federal government to open up the chequebook, provide the real funding that is needed to actually ease the housing crisis here in South East Queensland.
Thank you, Councillor McKenzie. Well said, all of you councillors. Is there anyone else that wants to make a comment? Councillor Rendals?
Thank you.
Councillor Rendals, did I miss you in the middle? Apologies.
That's okay. Thank you to all of my colleagues. That I think everything was well stated, and I won't repeat it, but offer my wholehearted support. To touch briefly on the regional status, this current federal government, despite strong advocacy by Regional Development Australia, by council, by community organisations, by our federal member, has consistently refused to reinstate regional status for the islands. which closes off a whole array of funding opportunities. And we hope that we get bipartisan support for that reinstatement moving forward. Touching briefly on the cost, the challenge with the islands is that all the residential areas are existing residential subdivisions. So we currently collect rates on those. So people putting up a house, other than a small increase in a contribution for crossovers and services like that, don't actually increase our rate base at all. It's not like a new estate. It just increases the demand on services and cost. Sewer. The problem that we've got there is multiple, and it's been looked at, and I've requested all the background reports from council, and I've been active in discussing this with universities and with other council areas, and it's an issue that affects all coastal communities in Queensland, but particularly the Southern Moreton Bay Islands, because they are the most populated islands in Australia. The challenges are multiple. They cross over from council, state and federal sitting in a Ramsar area. The current system of septic tanks on a practical level, you're looking at on-site wastewater disposal on a 50-metre square block. When the houses are established, they provide an initial trenching where the evaporative processes take place with a secondary trench. A lot of the houses now are moving into their secondary trenches. So once they're finished, that's it. So we've got a ticking time bomb there. The other problem you've got is in terms of how you pay for this, that you have some people who are sitting with old systems, you have some people who are installing a system today. In one of the lowest socioeconomic areas of the city, and indeed Queensland, to go to people who have a functioning septic system and say, can you make a contribution of $35,000 or $40,000 for a sewage cost which is probably up around $70,000 per lot, is untenable. Some people will say, I can't afford it. Some people will say, well, wait a minute, I just spent $30,000 putting in a new septic yesterday. The issues, I think, where we need address from the federal are both looking at scientifically assessing the extent of the problem. I'm unaware, other regional areas and rural councils have looked at the failure rate of septics and the leachings that's occurring. I'm not aware that council does that on a regular basis. And I know that when we have high rainfall events, that the soil is saturated and we have raw sewage running across the ground, down into car parks, down the side of hills, across footpaths. That there's also the issue of looking at what sorts of systems. Do you go for a precinct system? Do you go for an island-wide system? Are there different sorts of multi-housing systems that you can use? Then it raises the state issues of allowing sewer to cross over boundaries similar to electricity. So there needs to be that sort of looking at the regulatory requirements. And then there's disposal of the water. At the moment, we can't even put drinking quality water back into the bay because of its Ramsar classification. So I think one of the first things we need from the federals is to look at the funding to be able to develop a plan and a costed plan. And the second thing, this is truly a nation-building project. It's not a local council project. We're going to get hit with the depreciation costs of whatever we build. We can't be expected to build it up front as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors? I know the Mayor wants to speak. Is there anyone else? No? Mayor Mitchell, would you like to speak on this item?
Thank you. I'll be very quick. As everyone knows, I've got a chest infection, so I can't say too many words all at once, which is probably a good thing. But I just want to say that I'm very heartened by everyone's passion around the 8 topics that we have, and I think they're a wonderful capture of our region's needs. The work that everyone has put in, obviously, to addressing each of the issues is fantastic. And I think along with the LGAQ and also ALGA, the strong messaging combined gives us a much better shot at reaching what we need. We know that the federal funding is absolutely necessary for us to be able to achieve these targets. We also know that projects like the Brisbane Metro is vital for our growth and vital to be able to provide the connectivity that students and our workforce needs to the CBD and further across the southeast region. We know that we need sporting and recreational upgrades, particularly as we lead up to 2032. We know that we have enabling infrastructure needs, and our best shot at that is obtaining federal funding. We also know that disaster resilience is becoming an even more imperative topic, and the need for federal funding is becoming more and more apparent. So listening to everybody speak, and also with the marketing that the other organisations have been putting out, as well as ComSec, I'm hoping that we'll have a good response coming up to the federal election.
Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. And if I can, just before we close this item out, I'd like to, for the lay people that will listen to this, just have a little bit of explanation, or provide a little bit of explanation about sustainability and the concerns that we've heard from councillors, not just in this room, but across the whole of Queensland, and I would suggest most of the country. In Queensland, we have a unique council system, and each state has a different council system under their different state requirements. As you've heard from the councillors, our particular council, we are the smallest council out of our 12 neighbour councils in the very busy Brisbane, southeast Queensland kind of catchment. We have a predominantly residential rate base. Most other council areas that are much larger than us can offset their residential rates and cover their costs through other rate bases, so that they relieve the cost for their residents. We don't have that luxury. As has been noted, council, if you look at the amount of money collected across all types of taxes, tariffs, rates, etc., councils operate on 3% of the overall financial contribution from citizens and residents that is made to taxation. But we do the majority of the provision of the day-to-day services, road provision, parks and amenity and lifestyle requirements for our residents, which makes this very challenging. You've heard that councillors have been speaking to the need for rural status for our islands. Just to explain that, in other areas of Queensland, away from southeast Queensland, where it is acknowledged that it is more costly to provide services, there are smaller rate bases and greater costs in provision of services, roads, rubbish, etc. There are extra funds available for those councils that have regional status that we are not entitled to access. And whilst we acknowledge that the mainland of Redlands is not regional, we have consistently argued that our islands, because they have the same issues as those regional areas of remoteness, expense to provide services, and the challenges we have with the cost of providing those services through the rates that are available to be collected, should be allocated a regional status, a special status. So that's just to explain a little bit of the references that the councillors have made. We have an issue, and I had a resident this morning talk to me very briefly about their desire to have security cameras in their particular neighbourhood. We have an issue in local government where we are experiencing a significant amount of what's called in local government cost shifting. So across our levels of government, different levels of government are responsible for different things. Security and safety, generally speaking, sit with the state government through their police service and the laws that they make in order to keep people safe. So that becomes a debate then about how much money we spend from the ratepayers' payments towards a service which should be coming from that 97% of revenue, not the 3% that we have to do everything for our residents with. And that is why it's difficult for people to understand when we say, well, that's not our area of responsibility. And council does step up and do things sometimes that are not in our area of responsibility simply because it's so important to our community that if the other levels of government don't step in and do that, then we feel that we must. But wherever possible, we have to allocate that expenditure back to the level of government that has the majority of the dollars and has to provide those services. So that is the challenges in sustainability and cost shifting that councils across Queensland are currently trying to talk with the federal and state governments about, and that is why we have things like this advocacy document. We've also noted from the councillors that we have extreme pressure on our major projects and infrastructure in roads and particularly in sewer. The state government, in an effort to try to manage their housing issues and bring on new housing, has suggested that this area, our local government area, needs to take on 70,000 new people, which equates to somewhere between a 35 and 50% increase in population over the next 2 decades. The back of the envelope sewer numbers for those particular issues are somewhere north of $1 billion has been mentioned for the mainland increases that are required. And we have, as has been noted, 7,000 odd residential blocks on the islands in the middle of the Moreton Bay Marine Park that have been there for many decades, do not attract any infrastructure funding, and will cost somewhere north of $500 million or more, somewhere between $500 million and $1 billion to provide sewer, along with all of the difficulties related to outfall with the water issues that we've got. So the council is grappling with some really major issues, many of which are not of our making, but which become our problem. So I just wanted to explain some of those matters in layman's terms so that people can understand exactly what we're facing and how difficult it is when we have to say no, but there are always very good reasons for it. So, councillors, with that, thank you very much for all of your comments, and thank you, Mayor Mitchell. I will put the motion. Those in favour? That is Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendals, Mackenzie, Hughes, Coley, Bishop. Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Mayor Mitchell and myself. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Moving on to 15.1, Council's programs related to the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Act. As Chair, I won't be moving any motions today, so I will ask Councillor Mackenzie to move 15.1, which has come out of a motion that I put forward over 12 months ago. Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Could I have a seconder? Councillor Mitchell.
I'm actually moving a toned motion.
Oh, apologies. Sorry. Yes, you have. It's if you put forward that motion, that will be the motion.
Yes,
so
that's the motion that I'm putting forward as an alternate motion.
There's an alternate motion which only has one dot point, I believe. Oh, that's it there? Right. Okay, sorry. So this is moved by Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Please go ahead, Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of seeking this report was to show the amount of work that Council does in protecting and enhancing our environment in the Redlands. This work is not being given consideration when it comes to EPBC matters that impact our ability to deliver community facilities. As noted in the report, we have over 4,900 hectares of conservation and green spaces, 525 kilometres of waterways, 335 kilometres of coastline, and over 20,000 hours of volunteer work to contribute to the maintenance and enhancement of these areas. Our core environment program involves protection, management, promotion and enhancement of biodiversity and includes land acquisitions for purchasing significant conservation areas, conservation land management, rehabilitation and enhancement of conservation areas, wildlife programs, threatened species programs, and environment and education programs. Our koala conservation efforts, in partnership with the University of Sunshine Coast and Detection Dogs for Conservation, have attracted the attention of scientists and academics studying ways to better protect wild koala populations. Our work is featured in a video by CSIRO and published in an article in Nature, a world-leading science journal. Council has spent close to $36 million on strategic conservation land acquisitions since 1993, bringing into public ownership approximately 1,300 hectares of land with high environmental values. On average, we spend approximately $13 million a year on our core environment program. None of this, however, seems to be considered when the federal government is assessing EPBC matters for community facilities. We are treated like an open-cut mine or industrial entity when we try to deliver community facilities. Our record should be taken into account when assessing these matters so that we can continue to provide the facilities our communities needs. Facilities like sports fields and road upgrades that are right now being hindered by the federal government through the EPBC process. And I'd like to thank the officers on behalf of Councillor Tolte for the work that's gone into providing this further detailed report that can hopefully be used as part of our advocacy work to the federal candidates in the lead up to the next election.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Do I have any speakers against? Any questions? You have a question, Councillor Boglari?
Yes, if I may, through you to the officers. The part of the motion which is, I'm not too sure, which officer am I addressing?
Perhaps ask the question through me and I'll allocate it.
The second part of the motion previously was that we were going to endorse the ongoing transition to fund Council's core environment program through the environmental levy. By removing that, what is the impact?
I can ask an officer to speak to it. My understanding is simply that we leave our budget discussions to budget, and this is just noting, and was the budget aspect doesn't relate to the original motion that was being answered. But Graham, if you could.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So, excuse me, the original motion that was put was essentially as a result of the work that we did to compile the report. What was, I guess, difficult in some ways was that we had core environmental program spend over various job numbers, various units, etc. So as a result of that, the original purpose of that second point was to suggest that given the definition of the environment levy, it would be useful to include all that spend in the environment levy if that was possible. So it was just essentially a recommendation that we, through that budget process, consider that going forward. That's the purpose of that second point.
So there'll be no actual impact on the environment because the report highlights, over 20,000 hours of volunteers. It highlights the value that Redland's community places on our environment. I just want to make sure we're not negatively impacting by not having that endorsement in there.
No, it's not negatively impacting. It's what the issue operationally, I guess, is that the funding comes out of separate buckets, for want of a better word, and so for, I guess, transparency purposes, our suggestion is that it would be better if it's all coming out of one bucket, so that it's more identifiable and we're able to talk to those programs in a more succinct manner. But that's a budget decision that council needs to make at the right time.
Yeah, and thank you for the report, and it's a lot of great information within it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Has it satisfied your concerns?
I personally agree with the original motion.
I believe
for the reasons that
there's
the
no
officers
impact,
said,
and we will
there is
just
no
discuss
impact
that complex matter when we get to our budget deliberations. Yes. Now, Councillor Bishop, are you requesting a deviation from standing orders? Are you wanting to make a comment or ask a question?
I do have a question, and I do have a couple of comments I'd like to make, if I could.
Could I just, for the moment, have your question, because Mayor Mitchell is also wanting to speak,
Happy to defer to the Mayor.
Mayor Mitchell, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just had a question in relation to the comment about transparency. I understand that if I heard correctly, Grant said that the second point made it easier in terms of transparency because all of the funding would be coming out of the one bucket, the environmental levy. Was that correct?
Pardon me. I believe that was a recommendation that we endorse that being taken into budget deliberations, but there's no reason why that can't be taken into budget deliberations, whether it's in this motion or not. And the motion, the paper is responding to a notice of motion from over a year ago, and so point 2 is additional to, doesn't answer the points that were being answered by the requirement of this report. Is that fair to say, Graham?
Yes, it can be viewed that way. So like, just to, I guess, to reinforce, when we put the report together, it was difficult in some ways to pull all the information about where the spend was coming from, and so that was on a principal basis. The environment levy seems to be the place it should be all funded, but that's certainly a decision through that budget process. Yes.
Does that satisfy your concern, Mayor?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Graham. Sorry, I said Grant before. Thank you, Graham.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Councillor Bishop? You have a question?
Thank you, through the Chair, for the very good work putting all of this together from officers. My question really relates to the highlighted information that is quite clear on page 67 under figure 7, which needs to be read in context of some changes that have happened over the 10 years. The increase from 6.5 million up to $14.9 million a year for this levy obviously has increased at a time that on page 62, which is the service categories, it lists the number of things that have changed over time. My question is, in terms of transparency for our community going forward when we get to budget deliberations, could we benefit from a clearer and a narrow and more precise definition of what the levy is for?
Point of order, Chair. The question doesn't relate to the motion that was presented to us. This is a budget question that I believe should wait till for budget deliberations.
Thank you. I'll say that's sustained, Councillor. I'm sure that you know that we can look at those things in budget.
If I may, with your indulgence, request that because this report is before us and we are in discussion in relation to matters that we will discuss at the budget, my request is, can we have more clarity around would it benefit us all to have a clearer and more distinct definition about those?
Sorry, Councillor, that's not related to the item before us.
Okay, I'll follow that up in a separate.
Okay, so if you could, but I will give you the indulgence to make your comment now if you'd like.
Yeah.
If it's not related to that?
No, well, it sort of relates to that. I think the change that has happened, and as Councillor Mackenzie mentioned, there's been $36 million of strategic acquisitions since 1993, lots of other changes and a significant amount of investment from our community, both through rate payments and environmental levy. As we go forward, on one of these pages, it refers to, it's page 61, the service categories that allow for effective grouping of functions and activities. And there's a lot of conservation area: maintenance, fire maintenance, trail maintenance, fauna maintenance, waterway management, corridor management, environmental education, conservation administration, coastal protection. My question is, how good are we at the moment, and could we be better at doing some of the baseline assessments, through the Chair, on the various species of flora, fauna, biodiversity that does exist, the ecosystem services? How good is our mapping, and could we do better in clarifying that going forward for the sake of our ratepayers and stakeholders?
I'm not sure that relates to the motion either, but as you know, our mapping is both local and state mapping.
It's the ground truthing I'm requesting, and could we be better at doing ground truthing of the matters of national, state and local environmental significance on our estate?
I think depending how you assess things, anything could be better, but I'll ask Graham if you wouldn't mind just speaking to what we do through our environmental programs that does provide that data.
A summary would be, if I may, how much assessment do we do and could we do better?
I don't think we have all of that, but go for it, Graham.
Yeah, I think probably the summary would be that so council has a range of strategies and plans in the environment space which are updated regularly, and so as part of that process of updating those strategies and plans, we do a scientific base to it, and so that involves gathering data from different sources, some which we own, some which the state own, some which is held by others. And that is the science base which informs those plans and the actions that go forward. I suppose if we want to draw it back to EPBC, EPBC does talk about landscape level issues as far as threatened species and the like, but it is very site specific. And so what that means is that the studies in detail and the ground truthing happens on those specific sites for the purpose of EPBC, and we certainly draw a lot of information out of that. I'm not sure if that answers that question. Yep.
Yes, thank you. I will follow up some more, but I appreciate the terms of this discussion, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, anyone else needs? Okay, thank you. I'd just like to also very much thank the officers. It's been a long time coming, this report, and the reason that I brought it forward over 12 months ago was because we were facing a new regime under EPBC assessment, and as has been mentioned, that puts us in the same category as people wanting to put in open cut mines and industrial estates as far as exclusion areas for wildlife. With our sporting fields under a state environmental assessment, they are still available for wildlife to traverse, to cross over, to feed on at night time, through the wee hours, etc. Under a state assessment, our sporting fields are considered to be an exclusion zone. So that means that those areas are excluded for wildlife, and therefore under the state's assessment for every hectare that we would like to put into community areas like a sports field, we are required to provide somewhere between 5 and 8 hectares of replanting. And when we have greater than 40% deficit of the community and sporting facilities in the city that we need for our current population, and we're facing the impost of up to 70,000 new people, it is impossible for us to meet the 40% deficit, the need to increase and meet these requirements. It just can't be done. So it's very important that the state and the federal government recognise that we as a council already carry out a host of environmental activities that almost no other council does. Yet we get no credit for that and no consideration for that, and we are considered to be, from an environmental perspective, like an open cut mine or an industrial site. So I thank the officers very much and the acting CEO for bringing this forward. It has been a long time coming, and it was a lot of work, and it has provided also the opportunity to review the way we record data and see where there are gaps and see where it's difficult to answer questions like those that have been asked by Councillor Bishop, because we don't collect all of that information in a way that makes it easy to collate. So I think that will also inform improvements in our systems going forward. So thank you very much. Councillor Mackenzie, did you need to sum up?
No, that was a very good discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll put the motion. Councillors, those in favour? Councillor Bulgari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendals, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
That's an affirmative.
Supported by the Mayor and myself. Thank you. I'm sure the acting CEO will be glad to take that one off the front page list. I'm not aware of any intention to repeal or amend any resolutions of council. So we move on to 18, notices of motion. There is a notice of motion that has been received and as I am chairing, Councillor Mitchell will move that. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mackenzie. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, thank you, Chair, very much so. Councillors, the motion reads, the Council resolves to request a report be tabled at the general meeting of 19th of March 2025, finalising the Council portfolio structure and the supporting policy and guidelines. So it's important to note. So I thank Councillor Talty for bringing this opportunity forward today to discuss the matter. To be very clear, the NOM is asking for the authority from all councillors to confidently take only the first step towards a new opportunity where I believe we can all contribute more deeply and richly with your own expertise and collectively to community outcomes. The detail of what portfolios might exist, communication structures, clear governance, what portfolio might best fit each councillor's skill set, is to be determined after we take this first clear and confident step together. Then, following all that due diligence and rigour at the intended workshops, with expert advice, with peer benchmarking and fulsome discussion, finalising a chosen model will need the authority of all councillors. That's going to be required at a future general meeting. I'm the registered #1 fan of maturing these processes in this direction. I've had scores of individual and group conversations with councillors championing and seeking this opportunity to progress since I was first elected in 2016. This discussion has included 3 CEOs, an acting CEO, 2 mayors and 30 collective councillors over that time. It's not a new conversation, it's not a surprise conversation, nor is it a rushed conversation. This term of council formally workshopped the matter on the 18th of November. Today, we're here and we seek to move forward carefully but confidently. Benchmarking against some of our South East Queensland Council peers, 8 of the 12 councils, our cohort, have portfolio or committee structures. Logan, Sunshine Coast, Gold Coast, Lockyer Valley and Ipswich, City of Moreton, Toowoomba and Brisbane. Those councils that don't, Redlands, Scenic Rim, Somerset and Noosa. The heart of this opportunity, I believe, is recognising that our council, we live in a growing city. There's massive community expectation on us all to be efficient and do better. And our councillor role is increasingly complex. It has just been an amazing change even since 2016. In addition, therefore, to our normal business as usual obligations under the Local Government Act as councillors, a fit-for-purpose portfolio system can, if we get it right, grow councillors' technical expertise in a portfolio subject area. It can help us individually stay abreast of proposals, activities that are relevant to our portfolio. It's an opportunity to bring your personal enthusiasm and expertise to a role. It's an opportunity to increase the personal satisfaction that we have and the community outcome. It's an opportunity to be a spokesperson in a subject area. It's an opportunity to provide quality input and advice to council officers in your respective portfolio. It will enhance the communication and transparency between officers, councillors and the community. It can and will build trust and respect internally and externally through this shared responsibility. It will improve the data-driven decision-making via 11 trusted filters of any irrelevant or unnecessary material before it comes to the board. Our current system works okay, but it's a 1985 Redlands fit. I want a 2025 model that sets us up for the future. I will, and the community rightly expects its council and councillors to look ahead and seek efficiency rather than stay rooted in the past blindly, whether that by process or other decisions. We collectively strive every day to be a high-functioning board, but our current system lacks this ability for us to maximise that opportunity. Our current system supports duplication of effort. Our current system doesn't offer the time for anything more than a shallow dive into every matter that comes towards us, because we have to approach every matter in the same room together. It doesn't work efficiently, and it doesn't enable new and strong communication opportunities. High-functioning boards share, they collaborate and they delegate, and then they come together to make better and faster, and hopefully faster, decisions for the benefit of the community. So it's my genuine hope that all 11 councillors will ultimately embrace both the opportunity but also the real responsibility that comes with accepting whatever portfolio or model that we accept into the future. So today's first step is both forward and it is upward. The first step in a longer walk as we move forward into the process as a united group. So please join me today in supporting better community outcomes through this motion and the step that it offers us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Can I have a speaker against? Councillor Boglari.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Mitchell for your words. Unfortunately, in my opinion, they actually disagree with the background that was given here. I totally agree with having a more collaborative environment for councillors, but to get to this point, I don't believe this has been collaborative with all councillors. It discusses the conversations that happened. I had a one-on-one with Deputy Mayor Councillor Tolte in my office a week and a half ago, where I asked, she came in and asked me about portfolios. I knew the majority of councillors wanted the portfolios, and as my community has voted me in to work collaboratively with the council, I said yes, I was interested in having a portfolio. However, at that stage, it was already, in my opinion, predetermined, many of the portfolios. And as finance, and that had not been mentioned as already being assigned to another councillor, I said I would take finance. I'm already on audit, and of course I am interested in tourism. On the day, I don't remember mentioning galleries and RPAC, but perhaps I did. But I thought that was simply an informal conversation. I thought it was the beginning. I appreciated the fact that Councillor Tolte came to my office and spoke to me, but I thought that was the beginning of the conversations, and before such a report would come to council, that we again would be in here talking about it. These portfolios have been designed for what people wanted, and I got what was left, though finance, I believe, is highly important, and I'm very happy to have it. It's the process of how we got to this background information that I have got concerns about. Previous CEO, Andrew Chesterman, didn't agree with portfolios due to the extra resourcing and cost that it can have on council, though, and I believe he has got quite a good grasp on how they have worked in other areas. I've talked to a councillor on the Northern Coast, Sunshine Coast. They have concerns with the way their portfolio system is working. I'm trying to look at my notes, sorry. Look, we had portfolios here another time, and as Councillor Mitchell mentioned, filters, there was definitely filters. Oops, sorry. There were definitely filters on the information that I then got in the meeting.
you're varying from the motion, and that is an opinion, it's not a fact. So I'll get you to stick to the motion.
That was an opinion. That was a fact.
No, that was an opinion, councillor. Thank you.
I was here during that time and it was factual. It's
No,
your
councillor,
opinion. It's your opinion. It
councillor,
wasn't factual.
I have asked you to move on.
Okay. If we are going to have portfolios, I think now is not the time to actually be bringing a report to the next meeting. I think we should wait and see. We're about to assign a new CEO, which is very exciting for Redlands. They might restructure the organisation. And I think portfolios, rather than being what people are interested in, and I am also interested in waste. I know Councillor Hughes was interested in having waste, but our water infrastructure has been a concern to me for over a decade, and that is not even under any of these portfolios. So I think we should wait at the moment. I would ask that councillors let this lie on the table until we have our new CEO. We know what structures. If at that stage the majority of councillors still want to go forward with portfolios, again, I will be involved and work collaboratively to have them, but they have to be chosen strategically so that all parts of the council is covered, and water infrastructure, important things like finance and water infrastructure aren't omitted. So at this stage, I would ask councillors to let this lie on the table. There's no rush. We've been talking about it for ages, and we can't finalise the structure and supporting policy guidelines because we actually haven't spoken about it yet. Things that I spoke about with Councillor Tolte are different to what's actually in here. I think if people who are having sport then suddenly go into, say I get sport and I suddenly go into Councillor Bishop's area and I'm starting to talk to his netball, you're undermining the local councillor who has got so much trust with their communities and so much years of experience in many cases. And we spoke about that. But in here it actually says the portfolio chair would be the conduit also for the community. So being a divisional council, I can't see that that's actually going to work. So at the moment, I would ask, because I was rather surprised to see so much detail in the background, that this is lay on the table for our future. And
Councillor,
can I just ask, has there been any consultation between yourself and officers about a report? Because so much information still needs to be clarified. I can't see a month would be enough time. So have you spoken to officers, being the lead on this, about a report?
Councillor, I will speak to the matter at the end when everyone's had their speech. Are you moving a motion to leave it lay on the table?
Yes, please.
Okay, we have a motion. We don't need a seconder for that, I don't believe. Don't need a seconder for that. So, councillors, before we, I believe there are some more questions. So before we take that vote, if it's all right, we might answer the questions and then we'll come back to speaking for and against. Councillor Hughes, then Councillor Coley, then Councillor Golay. Questions only, please, Councillor.
Apologies. I thought we were speaking for and against still because I was an against. So Councillor Boglari was against, so now we're going to...
Okay, so I'm suspending for and against on the original motion.
Okay.
Because we have a motion being put to lay on the table. But I think it would be appropriate for any questions about the matter to be answered first.
Okay, well...
Before councillors consider the motion to lay it on the table. That will inform their decision on that. If the motion to lay it on the table fails, then we will go back to speaking for and against on the original motion.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was speaking against, so I did have some questions, so they will lead in and follow Councillor Boglari, if I may.
Yes, so if you could ask your questions, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to seek clarity, and I didn't call a point of order. I didn't want to interrupt Councillor Mitchell, but I just wanted to double check. You talked about when we workshop, I think the words I heard from you that we were doing, and I jotted it down, a shallow dive. And I felt that I wanted more context on that. We spend, as our community know, many, many hours in this chamber with our officers, as we call, and to reference workshopping, where we get the information that we want, then we are able to go and ask for more information. So that reference that you mentioned, shallow dive, can you just, is that a fair, Deputy Mayor?
No, Councillor.
I just feel that it was, I just felt it was not correct terminology, and I don't want to mislead our
Councillor, how many
community.
times have we said we feel like mushrooms in this place?
I just felt that undermined the workshop process that we have.
It's not meant to undermine. There's nothing in this that's meant to undermine. Okay, moving on. Do you have another question, Councillor?
And as Councillor Boglari just mentioned, we've been talking about this for ages. I wasn't in council previously, so I don't have any history, but I too was concerned that the report coming back next month with supporting policy and guideline. But there's a thought there that because this has been a discussion with all councillors for many months, that there has been work done in the background.
Yes.
So is an officer able to confirm where we're up to? Thank you. With regard to the timeline, Councillor Boglari is concerned about timeline, and so am I. Thank you.
I'll ask the acting CEO to speak to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hughes, for the question. This was raised through budget process as a request for officers to have a look at, and it was discussed that it would come back as a workshop. There was work done by officers in preparation for the workshop on the 18th of November to allow you to have a look at the ideas of portfolios and committees, and we talked about costs and we talked about impact and resource and all those sorts of things. And there were draft policies that were provided to you at that workshop on the 18th, and that information was on diligent boards. So a lot of that work, groundwork, has been done, and officers have been doing subsequent work exploring this option since the workshop on the 18th of November. This isn't a notice of motion that's been put up by officers as a report. It's been put up by a councillor. So officers would respond to that accordingly, and I've been advised that they will be able to respond back by the March meeting. If we find that we're not able to meet that time frame, we'll certainly let you know and then request an extension, which would then put it as an outstanding item on the general meeting agenda. So if we can't make that time frame, we'll let you know. But at this point, I'm advised that officers could present information back as requested, but noting that around the room there's discussion with wanting further workshopping. So we'll see how that progresses.
I really appreciate that answer. Thank you.
That answers your questions, Councillor. Councillor Coley was next.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. There's a proposed portfolio structure and representative nominations in this notice of motion, in the background information there, and there's a note also in there that they be considered as part of the report which comes back to council. Will there be an opportunity for the mayor and councillors to review both the portfolios and the nominees for those portfolios prior to a report coming back to the March general meeting?
Yes, my understanding is it would follow the normal processes, and we would discuss it, we would put forward ideas. This, councillors, I would point out, the motion says that council resolves to request a report to be tabled at the meeting in March, finalising a portfolio structure. Now, I have spoken to all of you, and I was here when we had portfolios before, and I understand the concerns that Councillor Boglari has again raised today, and I was seeking to find a way forward that would be collegiate. I was seeking to find a way that we could have a portfolio system that empowered councillors, that gave them an opportunity to be immersed in areas of service. Portfolios last time and traditionally sit in the structure of the council organisation. We tried that last time, and for those councillors that were allocated an area that they didn't find they were keen on or it wasn't as outward facing. It was more difficult for both them and the officers because they didn't really understand what they were supposed to do, and neither did the department officers seem to understand what they were supposed to do. When we had the workshop in November, again, the portfolio structures that were offered and could be considered were based on what other councils do on the organisational structure. So I put together a proposal that instead of doing it the old way that we already did try a couple of terms ago and which left Councillor Boglari so unhappy, we try a new way. We go and we look at the areas of service provision. Now, when I spoke to the councillors, I had wanted to call this role a service ambassador. To my mind, an ambassador is like the ambassador for the USA to Australia, tells the Australian government what the US is doing and tells the US what the Australian government's doing. I have made it very clear in this background that I am not seeking to change any of the discussion, any of the workshop program, any of the decision making. I have made it very clear that this is an increase, an addition to. It is not meant to undermine the local area councillor. It is meant to enhance the opportunity for the local area councillor to have more say. For those people who work in a portfolio area to work with the local area councillor, with the mayor, with the department, and try to make sure that we have a deeper understanding of the reasons why things are done the way they're done and the reasons why decisions come through operationally, and sometimes prior knowledge of that, because at the moment we don't always get that, and it results in a great deal of frustration for the councillors and for their communities. So the model that was put forward, and it says quite clearly there, it is a proposed model. There is an opportunity for you all to discuss it, to object to it, to change it. I talked to you all, and I'm sorry, Councillor Boglari, but finance wasn't what was left. The first thing you said to me, and I had not told you any of the other allocations except possibly planning, was I would like finance. And I said, done. Now, Councillor, I'm not asking for a debate. You made your statement, I'm making mine. The proposal that this is a complete restructure of council is quite frankly a ridiculous statement, and anybody who reads this motion can see that that is not the case. So with that, I'm aware of the Mayor, thank you. I've got Councillor Golay, and then the Mayor would like to ask a question. Thank you. You've already spoken, Councillor Bishop.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you had. I'll put you on the list.
Am I right?
Councillor Golay, have you got questions?
Just one. Wow. The wheels of government turn slow.
They do.
And I think that because there has been conversation for so long now, plus workshops, and you can't sort of hide behind the fact, and none of us can, and go, I didn't know about it. Unfortunately, sometimes motions are the only way to actually get something out there to talk about, and I think that's what the intent was here, was to actually start that process of looking at it and discovering to see if it would work. My question would be, though, around pest management, mosquito control and fire ant management. Now,
Councillor, if I can, those are areas that people put forward that they would like to cover.
Yeah,
and it is true, I did add in RPAC and the art gallery for Councillor Boglari, simply because I knew she liked them and they weren't allocated to anyone else.
Okay, so I'm just...
But there will be opportunity to change those. So
okay.
Go ahead.
So my question is, because I've already been doing that role since 2016, and it's actually a regional role that's allocated to not only Redland City Council, but all the South East Queensland councils and Northern New South Wales councils, where we come together on a regional basis and discuss what is biosecurity matters regionally. It's not exactly Redlands centric as a whole. It does involve the Berghofer research, Queensland Health, New South Wales Health, etc. It's something I've already been doing and working in that space since I was first elected in 2016, how would this particular subject now become a portfolio that is just Redlands centric? Would it be, are we going to call it biosecurity Redlands? Because everything's already in place. The offices are there, the infrastructure's there, everything's there. So realistically, that particular piece right there, is it going to stay the same, or is it just going to be a name change? And for the public listening at home, I can't stress enough, it's already in place. So how is that now going to be articulated as some type of a new portfolio that's just been invented, so to speak? It's actually not. It's actually been in place for nearly a decade that I've been involved in council. So,
okay, Councillor, if I can, that can all be discussed and decided over the next month. However,
well, I'm open to have that conversation.
My personal view is that you have been our representative on the mosquito representative group for a very long time. You're our local expert on how mosquitoes are managed across the Gold Coast, Logan and Redland. To my mind, and we now have the fire ant management as well as biosecurity and weed management. To my mind, that is I guess a top-down response. We have the external group that meets to talk about the funding and talk about the activities of mosquito management from a health perspective, external and working top-down, and then our mosquito management people come in under the decisions of that group and carry out the activities. It would be my suggestion that as the portfolio person for mosquito management, you would also be able to communicate to councillors, answer questions on the bottom-up aspect. So certainly when I was looking at it, my residents, and I have many waterways and swamps in my electorate as an example, would like to know why we don't spray for freshwater mosquitoes as well as salt marsh mosquitoes. So I would expect the bottom-up aspect of that would increase your role marginally and also broaden your role to include our now recently taken on fire ant activities and so forth. So does that answer your question?
Kind of. I mean, look, that information is already readily available to all residents. What we deal with, and I think this needs to be clarified as a matter of importance, what we deal with within that particular structure on a regional basis is not only local government matters but national matters of biosecurity. So we're talking about imports and export products coming into the country and how there's been closures of entire areas because there's been an infiltration of a foreign mosquito that has, diseases, etc., that could impact, Australia. We're talking on a much broader platform to include things like the treatment of Japanese encephalitis and how migratory birds are impacted, piggeries, etc., which is our food production. And there's so many different broad things. So if we want to trickle this down into, well, what's the local dam doing because Mrs. Smith has asked there's a mosquito in the local dam and how do we treat it, right? That's not a portfolio.
Okay.
That's already an existing
Can I suggest that's a
in place
conversation
by
we can have over the
council.
next month?
Look, I'm open to talk about this and establish a possible framework. I think it's a good conversation and I'm prepared to support this moving forward, but I want it to have more depth of inclusion and understanding before we start,
Absolutely.
dishing
Of course
out
it should.
aces of spades to everyone, go tag, you're it.
No, and as we found when we had, and again, you weren't here when we had portfolios previously, there was a bit of a bidding war and people put out by who got what and so on. So I tried to preempt that by asking people what their genuine interests and service areas were. and putting that out front. So more the fool me for trying. Okay. I believe the Mayor had some questions. Mayor Mitchell?
Yes, thanks, Deputy Mayor. I've got a few questions. The first one is I've heard commentary made today that portfolios existed before, and they obviously existed in your time. But there's also been commentary, as you just said then, that people were put out and that they perhaps weren't successful, and at some point they've obviously stopped. Can you tell me why that happened or why that was?
I don't think I can really wrap that up right here and now, but I think we could probably have those conversations. Certainly the councillors, Councillor Bishop, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Boglari and I were here at the time. And my efforts to bring this forward were in trying to allay their concerns. So, and to make sure that the model that we consider does allay those concerns and meets everyone's needs. So and that's what I was trying to do with the background here, was to say, let's not do it the same old way, which resulted in those failures. And that was, to my mind, based on the fact that they were based on the structure of the organisation rather than the humans involved, the councillors involved, and that obviously getting everyone to work more collegiately and communicate with each other is a shared goal of both yourself, myself, and all of the
Okay. All right. So it didn't work before. What time? How many years ago was that?
Oh, I'd have to check. I think 20. I don't know if it was the term commenced 2012 or the term commenced 2016. One of those.
Okay, and in page 77 of this particular report, there's a table and it's got a list of portfolios and then the representatives beside them. Mm-hmm. Who came up with those portfolios and then who apportioned the representatives listed beside them on page 77?
That's my interviews with the councillors. I went round and spoke with every councillor and asked them what areas they were interested in and explained to them that I was trying to imagine a model that would work better than the previous model. So, and by luck or happenstance, each of those councillors asked to be allocated those areas. Those are not set in stone, but those are indicating that those are the areas of interest that the councillors actually asked for themselves. And by luck or happenstance, they really didn't have much crossover. So basically that list represents every person that asked to have an interest in a portfolio and what they asked to be allocated themselves.
So how did you determine then that a portfolio was needed for that particular item or that particular topic?
It's not exhaustive. There are roads and transport, for example, is not in there. It was in my original draft, but there was an error in the transcription because of an email problem, so that got dropped off. It's just these are the areas that councillors said I am interested in. We can most certainly, through the next month or 2 months or whatever is the required time for the officers to bring it all back and finalise it, add and delete as required.
So is it aligned with organisational structure at all, or it's just like you said, happenstance?
No, it's not happenstance at all, that aspect of it. Happenstance is the fact that each of those people were interested in different things because they're all different people.
Okay, but there's some...
The point I was trying to make is we have previously created portfolios. Firstly, we created portfolios, in my experience, where we said, well, every child gets a prize. So we made up portfolios that didn't necessarily need a portfolio, and then the person who got allocated that portfolio, along with the officers that were supposed to support them, were quite lost. We also had portfolios based on the structure of the organisation, which meant that if you break it down into group managers, you've got, people people, basically a councillor allocated to a group manager. And that didn't work well, as you've heard from Councillor Boglari. So what I was trying to do was say, well, let's look at it differently. Let's look at it from the community's perspective. Let's look at the front-facing service provision of this council and ask councillors to do a deep dive into the service provision in particular areas. And those are the particular areas of service provision that each councillor said they had an additional interest in. We are all responsible for all services across the city and in our individual divisions. In addition to that, these councillors said, and I would like to be more knowledgeable about these things.
Okay, so that they've sort of identified it themselves of what they'd like to represent, and I can see that not all councillors are represented there, but those are the ones that have come forward and said they'd like a portfolio, and they've determined it themselves what portfolio they've got.
Yes. So the note on yourself was included to try to explain to the community that you are involved in everything automatically, and so therefore, when a councillor, local area councillor, has an issue, or a portfolio chair is trying to explain something about why a decision was taken in a department or whatever, you are automatically included in everything. So this is additional volunteer work for the councillors. It would not be for you to be trying.
You put that explanation in, because I obviously wasn't asked or approached. So you've put that explanation in for the community.
A councillor raised to me that it might appear that you had been excluded, and I attempted to explain the reason why you wouldn't be included in councillor portfolios is because you are the mayor and you are automatically everything. I also would like to note that there is a note in this background which says every councillor, each of the 10 councillors here were spoken to, and every councillor that expressed an interest in participating and is listed in that list, and the thing that they wanted is listed as well. The councillors were not listed. I had the conversation, just like the conversation Councillor Boglari described, in their offices, and they didn't. In the case of Councillor Hewlett, he said he was happy for other councillors to do it, but he was not looking to do it himself. In the case of Councillor Bishop, he wanted to wait until he had more information on the way it would work, and he couldn't answer the question whether he would be interested or not interested, so he's not there.
Okay, thanks. So you had the conversation with the 10 councillors. Thank you. I see that there's in this report, it talks about the report coming back within a month. So there's obviously been substantial work done on this already, but then you just mentioned that there's a possibility then that it could be discussed further, because obviously from the points that have been raised, I feel like there's a lot to be determined, a lot to be discussed yet that hasn't been fleshed out or thought through. So,
sorry.
Is a report? I'm a bit confused. Could you just
point of order, Deputy Mayor?
I'm sorry.
I just got to get to my question. Could you just outline,
Deputy Mayor?
Councillor Coley, as the mayor's a long way off and communications are difficult, would you mind if she just finished her question?
Well, I believe. Yeah, it's a point of order.
I know, okay. Apologies, Mayor, if you could hold while I deal with the point of order.
I believe that the Mayor is repeating points that have already been made. These questions have already been answered.
No, I don't know. I don't think this one has. I haven't asked it yet.
I'm happy to give the Mayor latitude given the difficulty of communicating. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just trying to clarify. So in this report, it's talking about or this motion, it's talking about a report coming back to council next month. We've yet to appoint a CEO, obviously. Is there latitude for that then to be extended? You just mentioned before a month or two, or what's needed.
Look, Mayor, we've been talking about the introduction of portfolios since our first meeting in April last year. Councillors have patiently waited and waited, and it's been put off and put off. The indication I was getting from councillors was that they were not prepared to wait until next financial year. So I felt it was better that I be collegiate and put a proposal together. And I repeat again, it is only a request that the report be tabled to Council in March. If the officers need more time, they will ask for more time. There has not been any significant discussions on the way the portfolio supporting documentation would work, and that is why I tried to provide in the background a description of what I was trying to envisage for a better model that would work better for councillors and the organisation, so that they could look at the stock standard portfolio paperwork that they have based on other councils and on council structure, and then see whether that can be adapted to a different model. And that was the discussion that I was looking to have. And like any introduction and anything that will come back in the next meeting, I would expect workshop it. I would expect that it would go through the normal checks and balances. And if the council officers cannot provide the appropriate responses in time, then they will tell us and we will put it out further. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, somewhat. Thank you.
Anything further, Mayor?
No, that's fine. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor, is it a question? Councillor Bishop has a question also. So is this on this particular?
It is. I'm through you.
And we have really deviated from standing orders, can I just say so? I'd really like to move on to Councillor Boglari's laying it on the table motion.
Okay, so thank you. Just through you, Chair, to the Mayor.
What's
Mayor,
that?
are you suggesting that you haven't been involved in any conversations about this?
Point of order, Deputy.
I'm going to leave that, Councillor. You can have that conversation when the Mayor is returned. Councillor Bishop, is this a question or a point of order?
I will remain with questions. There are many comments.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Yep.
My first question is to you, Deputy Mayor. You mentioned that councillors have been asking this since the first meeting of April last year. Since then, we've been given an update by our officers from our former CEO overseeing, and the officer recommendation was to not proceed with portfolios.
It has not come to a general meeting and there has not been an officer recommendation.
Sorry, I'm asking a question. Yes. Since that time, we seem to have embarked on a new process that has been led by you as of that discussion on 18th of November, where you seem to now be leading a process of returning to this consideration. And I'd like to ask some questions of you, if I may. First of all, can you recall what I said on our meeting?
In your usual...
Point of order, is this an interrogation or are we asking questions on
I'm
the
happy to
motion?
answer it. The councillor said that he couldn't know if he would like to have a portfolio, not have a portfolio, until he knew the structure of the portfolios and whether the portfolios were inclusive or exclusive or how they would work. Does that sum it up, councillor?
I was interested in inclusivity, transparency and equity.
Okay.
So my question really relates to understanding clearly, we've got this motion before us, what are the terms of reference that you're referring to, and what is the purpose and the principles that we will apply? Because officers are going to have to...
Councillor, that is what is being asked to come back.
I
don't have that there. The motion is simply to resolve to request a report be tabled to council
but the
with the
officers...
supporting documentation.
Sorry, I'm just confused. Are you debating me or allowing me to ask a question?
No, what I'm trying to do is get to Councillor Boglari's laying it on the table. And if you want to debate it, you can do it later.
I'm asking a question.
Okay, well, can you ask it succinctly, please?
Would you be prepared to lay this on the table so that we can get clear about our terms of reference, aligning with the local government principles?
Point of order.
Councillor, I already have a motion to lay it on the table. Thank you. I'm moving on.
I have other questions?
No.
I have other questions?
You can ask your questions when we know if it's laid on the table or whether we're debating the actual item. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we have a motion to leave this lay on the table. Oh, apologies, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Acting CEO. No, my questions were asked earlier when I was able to speak after Councillor Boglari.
Right.
Thank you.
It is my preference that we at least authorise the officers to start doing this work. But it's up to you which way you would like to proceed. What is it, councillor? You've turned your mic off.
I'm seeking clarification. Are you proceeding with that vote? Because if we're
Yes,
debating...
I am, councillor. Thank you. Councillors, we have a procedural motion to leave this lay on the table. Could I have a recognition, a vote of whether you support leaving it lay on the table or you would like to proceed with asking officers to do the work to come back to a future meeting? Thank you. Yes, councillor.
When we ask to, with the procedural motion to lay on the table, that's no timeline to come back, but the motion stays the same. Is that correct? So what would be
yes, I believe that's the case, but I can guarantee you I will be bringing it back.
Yeah, no, I'm asking, excuse me, Deputy Mayor, I'm asking for clarity. Leaving this item lay on the table, we've just had a very robust discussion. When we leave it lay on the table, it's my understanding that it comes back exactly the same to us. So when we leave it on the table, I'm not sure what we would achieve by leaving it on the table versus if we were to support the officers, the motion here that the officers are to prepare a report and come back to us, we would get more information.
That's right.
So leaving it lay on the table won't get us any more information.
Right.
That's my... I'm seeking clarity. Is that correct? Yep.
Now, councillors, you can have an opportunity to speak for and against leaving it lay on the table if you would like. Councillor Boglari.
Thank you. Yep, that is a good point, Councillor Hughes. And I was initially going to say I'd like to have an alternate motion when it was then said lay it on the table. So I thought perhaps laying it on the table was going to be more acceptable, which is why...
Are you withdrawing your motion to leave it lay on the table, councillor?
Well, my intent is to have the motion not brought forward today, but brought forward to a future general meeting when we have had all these discussions, because it's quite obvious that there are lots of points of view and some disagreements and some points of agreement. So I think at the moment it's premature to have this, and I think for the various reasons which have all been stated. So I would prefer that we let this go today and have it brought forward to a future general meeting. So if lying on the table is not going to do that, I'll go to back what I was initially starting to say, which was have an alternate motion. But
councillor, right now you have a motion to lay it on the table. Are you withdrawing that?
Well, I will, because it's not going to obviously get up. All right, let's have it lie on the table then, but I reserve the right to actually move the alternate motion later.
Okay, so you're speaking... You can't do that, councillor. No. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay. No, if that gets
Councillor.
up. I'm saying if it doesn't get up.
Okay. I'm going to call that a speaker for the motion to leave it lay on the table. It's a procedure we're not going to have. Okay. Councillor Mayor Mitchell, did you have something you wanted to say?
Sorry, I was just clarifying. So the motion is that council resolved to request that a report be tabled at the general meeting on the 19th of March, that's the next general meeting, finalising the councillor representative portfolio structure and the supporting policy and guidelines. So that's pretty definite as the motion currently stands.
Yep. We're not voting on the motion right now. We're voting on the motion. Councillor, you definitely, you're not withdrawing, you're leaving it lay. That's what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to clarify it through an officer. Thank you. A governance officer.
What do you want to know?
Tone.
Apologies, councillor. I am getting frustrated.
Yeah, and so am I, because well, there were reasons why I wanted this discussed further with all councillors. I don't think it has been as collaborative with all councillors as it was with some. And if we're going to go forward with portfolios, I'd like that to be at a certain level before we go forward. And I think it could be achieved if we had maybe a month with some workshops, discussions in here with everybody.
Is that not what I'm asking for?
Point of order.
No, but that's not what your background's saying. I think.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor, I'd like to
Motion's the
put the motion, 761.
Thank you. I'm going to put the motion. This is a motion to leave it lay on the table. Councillors, can I see if you support leaving this lay on the table, please?
Oh, I'll vote for it anyway, just to get a breath.
Right. Those for leaving it lay on the table.
So can we just stop for a second?
Sorry. Hold on, you guys, please.
Oh.
Apologies, councillors. This is your vote to whether it lays on the table or proceeds to debate. Can I have a show of hands, please? Do you want to leave it lay on the table? Okay, those in favour of leaving it lay on the table are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett and Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Yes, lay on the table.
And Councillor Mayor Mitchell. Those against are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Rendells, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley and myself. The motion to leave it lay on the table is lost. Thank you. Now, councillors, no, we'll go returning to for and against debate. If I can have a reminder of...
You're up to speak, it's for.
So we've had a speaker against with Councillor Boglari. I'm looking for a speaker for the motion. Yes, Councillor, what is your point of order?
So point of order is just clarification. Are questions able to be asked at any time? Just clarification.
You can request to ask a question at any time and then I will allow the question at an appropriate interval during the debate.
Thanks.
Councillors, a speaker for the motion. Councillor Rendells.
Thank you to everybody for their questions and issues raised, because I think that it may not have been the intent, but it certainly cast a lot of clarification around these issues. Since being elected to council in April of last year, this issue in one form or another was raised from the very, very beginning. And as was noted, we also had a workshop on it, and it's also been discussed in the councillor meetings that we've had on a monthly basis. That my observation over the course of the time that I have been in council is that we go through a very extensive process of workshops and briefings by council officers on every single matter that comes before council, and indeed some matters that are provided for information and background that don't come as a council motion. In that sense, you're certainly given an in-depth overview of the breadth of work that council does. A good example of that a little bit earlier was the report on environment and biodiversity. In the course of those discussions and workshops and general meetings, there is a clear emergence between councillors of some areas where they have a particular expertise or a particular passion or a particular interest, and that adds value to the debate. And I think that the concept of the portfolios harvests that. I know that I respect my fellow colleagues, I respect their understanding, and particularly their understanding of their own divisions, and I certainly ask their advice, and the persons that I have most dealings with are obviously the neighbouring ones, Councillor Hewitt and Councillor Talty, but also the other islands. And I will ask their opinions and views. That people are going off and taking a lead role on particular areas, such as Councillor Baglari in Finance and Audit, and I respect her ability to represent the interests of all the councillors in that process and to bring things back to us if it needs it. The portfolio structure does a number of things. One, it provides the opportunity for a councillor to develop a level of knowledge that is a little bit more in depth in one area that's reflective of their professional background.
Point of
interest.
order.
What is your point of order, councillor?
Can I just clarify where I believe that the Councillor Rendals is not speaking to the motion. We're not discussing the merit of portfolios here. We're discussing a report coming back to council.
Okay.
But the report coming back to council is a report to finalise a portfolio structure.
But that would be the time that we discuss the merit of them being in place for.
I note that.
I think
I'll take your point. I'll take your point.
Have some latitude there.
So I'll bring myself back to the topic. That in speaking for the motion more directly, I've indicated the scope of rationale for it, and I also note that this will provide, as identified by the CEO in addressing the council via the Deputy Mayor, that there will be the opportunity to look at the structure of the portfolios, the membership of those portfolios, and the framework in which they'll operate. And 4 weeks, given the amount of discussion and debate and the familiarity with the issues of council that we have, is more than enough time.
Thank you, councillor. Do we have a speaker against? Councillor Hewlett.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I appreciate the broad discussion. Going back to 2012, I was chairman of Redland's Water Committee, and I was also portfolio chair when that was dissolved of Sports and Recreation. And it was basically a spokesman role, and it eventually became a pointless role because the officers were doing the work. There was a lot of angst amongst other councillors. I offered other councillors to come to meetings with me, and it was a point of frustration and angst and uncertainty with other councillors, which I understood. And that role basically disappeared without councillors being told about it. My role did anyway. Sports and Rec, I wasn't meeting with officers anymore, it just dissolved. I think with what's been happening over the recent days with the media releases, there's a lot of uncertainty in the community. There's a lot of angst in the community because the Mayor hasn't led this particular incentive or whatever you want to call it. I think the Mayor should be the one that instigates, after the new CEO has reported, a discussion more collaboratively on what portfolios should be available and who should represent on them, whether they're interested or not. I think we've basically gone the wrong direction. The Mayor's away, we don't have a new CEO, and I think we need those things in place before we actually proceed with the definite portfolio and the array and what portfolio positions they will be. Having a list of names is here against those portfolios has just created a lot of angst, uncertainty in the community. There's been a lack of communication and a lack of collaboration between colleagues within council, I believe. So I think we should hit the reset, but I'm not saying I'm for or against committees. I don't want to be a portfolio because I didn't see it work last time. Committees didn't work, and the biggest issue I have is the resource it's going to cost council in officer time and resources, because I know last time the committees which we had every fortnight or whatever were very time consuming for officers, when in fact with the general meetings and the workshops, they're presenting everything to everybody at the same time, which I think has worked well. My main issue with council has been the capital expenditure PMO process, which is something that the previous CEO was aware of and something that I believe officers are working on, so they were all aware of what's coming forward in our capital expenditure. So I won't be supporting whatever form it comes in a committee or a portfolio, because I think the way it's working at the moment is working well, and I think portfolios is going to create problems that don't need to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. Speaker 4? No? Thank you, councillors. We've already been through questions, councillor. Are you going to ask a question that hasn't already been asked?
I have some questions, if I may.
Okay, go on.
If I may?
Yes.
Do you propose that the meeting times, places, will be communicated with all councillors?
I'm not proposing anything beyond what I've put in there, councillor. The rest is up to you to work out among yourselves with officers over the next month as you finalise the structures. I was trying to propose something that would work as opposed to that didn't work, that has been raised.
So
Thank you.
My question, okay, further question? Around terms of reference?
No, Councillor, I've already
Point of
told
order,
you the information that's there
not
is the
speaking to the motion.
information that's there.
Not speaking to the motion.
Councillor Boglari.
I would like to have the opportunity to have a comment, if I may.
No, I'm not moving on. I'm still on for and against. And Councillor Boglari, what is your question?
In the background, it mentions that budget and corporate plan matters are not included in any portfolio. I would also want considered in that the city plan. The city plan is our...
Point of order, Chair,
Councillor,
not speaking to the motion.
Debate.
It's about a report.
All we're asking today is to have the conversations.
Well,
we've been asking to have the conversations.
Deputy Mayor, may I have a ruling on the point of order, but not speaking to the motion, which is to bring forward a report.
Point of order is sustained. Thank you, councillors. Councillor, have you got a question? Yes, Councillor Mackenzie.
Through you, potentially to the acting CEO, can you just provide some clarity between the difference between committees and portfolios legislatively? My understanding is that there was no support for committees because committees are a decision-making mechanism which wasn't supported by councillors that also require minutes being taken, which is where the significant operational cost was.
Point of order?
Yes.
Councillor Mackenzie's not talking to the actual motion.
Sustained. It is not a motion to introduce committees. It is a motion to introduce. And I will say for Councillor Hewlett, I particularly stayed away from words like spokesperson or chair. I wasn't seeking to make this role like the last one. Councillor, what is your question?
I'd like to ask how we are going to guide officers to finalise this representative portfolio structure.
Point of order, Deputy.
Yes.
That question's already been asked and answered multiple times throughout this session, that we intend to have another workshop and that's where those discussions will take place.
Thank you. With that, unless... sorry, apologies. Mayor Mitchell, you had something you wanted to say?
Oh, sorry, just because it was raised just then, there's the explanation between the difference between committees and portfolios, and then Councillor Hewlett just raised the previous system. What's the difference between the portfolios being proposed now and what existed back in 2012?
Point of order.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
It's not speaking to the motion. It's asking about the difference in the history.
I don't think it's an unreasonable question, particularly as Mayor Mitchell wasn't. I don't even know if Mayor Mitchell was in Redland at that time.
Yes, I was, but I don't know the difference. Sorry.
Well, and that's why I proposed this other way of doing things as a talking point, because previously the media guideline was changed so that the person who was they were called portfolio spokespersons, and if you were a portfolio spokesperson and there was a media release going out and it was speaking to your area of your portfolio, then you were referenced in that press release. I'm not proposing that. I'm not proposing... but it doesn't really matter what I'm proposing. This is a talking point and it can all be worked out as we go through. But I was trying to avoid those points that caused angst last time, which is why I originally proposed to call it an ambassador role rather than a spokesperson or a chair or whatever. Some councillors didn't feel ambassador was descriptive enough to apply to local government. So I changed it back to representative. But to my mind, just like we represent we represent the whole city, but we represent our individual divisions, I would be proposing that we create a portfolio method that means we represent those areas of service delivery, that we be the champion for the guys that go out and spray the fire ant nests and speak to why that's important and what we do, that we be the champion for the people who decide that we can or can't have, hedges placed on the roundabouts of the city, and explain and work with all the other councillors, the area councillor, the mayor, to engage and improve communication on those things. I am not proposing a change to the media guideline, but if the councillors do propose that, that's up to all the councillors at a different time. Does that answer your question?
Okay, so that could come up.
Oh, possibly, but I believe the media guideline's coming anyway. It's not what I'm suggesting, but, you can all work that out.
Okay.
Councillor Golay, I really would like to wrap this up.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Through you to the Mayor. Mayor, you do understand that as part of the organisation, you are the overall spokesperson for everything. So it wouldn't matter what is instigated. You are the spokesperson.
Point of order.
Yes, Councillor, I appreciate the point you're trying to make, but
well, no, I'll be very clear on the point
I'm sure Mayor Mitchell knows her role.
Every councillor has the...
Point of order. This doesn't speak to the motion, Deputy Mayor.
Sustained. Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. I'll ask you to leave it for now, Councillor. I understand your point, but it's not... Councillor, you are really...
I'd like to move a put motion, Chair.
Okay, well,
I'd like to...
I have a put motion, so I have to take... I do have to vote on the put motion. So, councillors, I have a procedural motion that this be put. You are not voting on the item, you are voting on whether it needs to be put without further discussion. Can I have a show of hands, please? Do you want this motion put? Okay, those in favour of the put motion are Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Coley, Councillor Talty. That is lost. We continue. Councillor Bishop. Did you ask the Mayor? Sorry, apologies, Mayor. On the put motion?
That's a negative from me.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bishop, do you have a question that directly relates to the motion that Council resolves to request a report to be tabled at the general meeting of the 19th of March, finalising councillor representative portfolio structures and supporting documentation and guideline?
Given the significance of this particular motion, I'm asking if I can make a comment.
No, I think we've had enough, Councillor. Thank you. With that, the mover was Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mitchell, did you want to sum up?
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, thanks for the great debate. Got a little loose, but thanks for the debate. What I heard was 100% of councillors, whether you had concerns or not, wanted detail, wanted discussion, and wanted to have it properly prosecuted. That is exactly the motion before us, to bring it back. And while I wish I could have taken the scissors and cut all the background off, which seems to have confused everyone mightily, because the future is pristine once a report comes back. So I heard 100% agreement that more detail is required. I was disturbed to hear one councillor say that they wouldn't support anything in any way before the information's before us. That was disappointing.
Councillor, it's not a debate. It's
a point of order on that.
What's your point of order, Councillor?
That has been a misinterpretation.
No, that's not a point of order, Councillor. Thank you. Moving on.
The councillor is making aspersions.
Councillor, I've just ruled. Thank you.
I'll phrase it differently, that I think once a report comes back, we're all going to have some wonderful information before us. We'll have had multiple discussions and all the expert opinion. And then at that point, I expect that there will be a unity ticket in realising the opportunities before us for this collegial structure, whatever that might look like moving forward. I'll refrain from prosecuting too many of the comments, although Councillor Hughes did want to ask me one question on the shallow dive comment, and that in absolutely no way was being disrespectful to our current process. I just feel we are not using the expertise at our fingertips wisely. We are not using the resources before us wisely, and therefore relatively in the bright future that I'm hoping with, where we do get the opportunity to enhance our expertise, the communications and the what we provide back to our colleagues in the organisation, it will be a much deeper and richer process. So it was a relative comment, in no way meant to disrespect. So I look forward to supporting the report coming back to us and being tabled, and all the conversations that I believe 100% of us expressed a wish to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. With that, I put the motion. Those in favour? And those in favour are Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Rendels, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley. Mayor, are you in favour or against?
I'm against.
Thank you. And in favour is Deputy Mayor Julie Talty. Those against are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Bishop and Mayor Mitchell. The item is carried. Thank you. Oh, I've lost my diligent boards. Councillors, I'm not aware of any urgent business without notice. We will be moving into, well, I'm assuming we will be moving into confidential. Yes, okay, well, we have to, yes. So, yes.
Just a procedural question through you regarding the conflicts of interest that need to be declared. Does that get done now or when we come back into public session after?
We will do it now. We will discuss all the confidential items that do not have a conflict attached to them, and then those councillors who need to remove themselves, we will discuss that item that has a conflict. Yes, councillor. Now.
Sorry, through the chair, to our legal counsel, I'm actually seeking clarity in relation to, what is it, 20.2, is it? 3. The discussion or the suggestion that there's conflicts of interest based on knowing or working with the former. And this is what we need clarity on this.
Advice was received during the week that simply having worked with someone in the past, if you don't have a financial or particularly personal family relationship, does not reflect a conflict of interest.
Okay, then, so for the two councillors that have said they have a conflict, and
they have a specific reason for doing that, and they will express that when they.
Well, don't we get to vote on that as to whether there is a conflict?
They are opting to leave the room. Therefore, they just need to read their statements of out. Okay, so. So if that's what, we'll move on to that. So, Councillor Hewlett, if you would. Do your conflict of interest declaration, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I, Councillor Lance Hewlett, declare I have a declarable conflict of interest in item 20.3 at the general meeting, 19th of February 2025, due to I was previously a close friend of one of the owners of one of the parcels of lands listed in this report. I will exclude myself from the meeting while this matter is being discussed and vote is taken.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Mitchell, I believe you have a declaration you'd like to also do.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'm waiting for Mayor Mitchell. Mayor Mitchell, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry, I'd had my microphone on mute. I am declaring Declarable conflict of interest for item 20.3, public tracks and trails on private land. I believe that non-factual statements made about me by one of the landowners during my election campaign might affect my impartiality. So therefore, I'm excusing myself from the discussion and voting on the matter.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Mayor Mitchell. We will let you know when we need to address 20.3. With that, councillors... Sorry? Oh, we have to have a move in a second? Oh, yeah, going close, about to do that, yeah. Okay, with that, councillors, can I have a move and a seconder to go into confidential session? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Coley. Those in favour? Those in favour are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendells, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley and Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Yes, affirmative.
Supported by Mayor Mitchell and myself. With that, we will take a 5-minute break for the councillors. we are live and all of that. Okay, so with that, I'd like a mover and a seconder to come out of confidential, please, councillors. Moved Councillor Hughes, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Madam Mayor?
Affirmative.
Supported by the Mayor and myself. Thank you. So, councillors, as you know, without debate, I will run through these matters. So if I can have a mover and a seconder for 20.1 request, now, right. 20.1 request for further deferral of infrastructure charges. Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Bishop. All those in favour? Supported by Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Affirmative.
Supported by the Mayor and myself. Disposal of land and road closure. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Mackenzie, seconded Councillor Coley. All those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Affirmative.
Supported by the Mayor and myself. Now, the next one, we have two councillors. Councillors, would you like me to leave that till last? Okay, it's just because the Mayor's got to get logged off and logged on, and once she gets cut off, she might... So, councillors, I'm just going to, with your indulgence, is the word I'm looking for, I'm going to leave 20.3 until last on the vote. Yes?
Do we need a motion to alter the order of business?
Technically, possibly.
Technically, we do.
Okay.
I propose a motion to alter the order of business to put 20.3 last on the agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Bishop. All those in favour? Councillor, to alter the order of business, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Affirmative.
And myself. Thank you. So now moving on to 20.4, Redland Investment Corporation Financial Report for the period ending 30th September. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Coley, seconded Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, Councillor Bishop. Mayor?
Affirmative.
Supported by the Mayor and myself. Strategic Property Opportunity, 20.6. Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Those in favour, please. That is supported by Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Coley. Mayor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley, not Councillor Bishop. Mayor? Negative? Affirmative?
Negative.
Negative, okay. That's supported by myself. And then those against are Councillor Boglari, Councillor Bishop and the Mayor. Thank you. Chief?
No, I forgot Alfred.
No, there's no mention of names.
I can say?
I believe you're allowed to stay, yes. So,
Yes? Okay.
So as per the motion on screen, councillors, Chief Executive Recruitment Process Update. Can I have a mover and a seconder for that, please? Moved Councillor Hewlett, seconded Councillor Rendals. All those in favour? Supported by Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golle, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Rendals, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley. You can't abstain, Councillor. You're the for or against. You'll be recorded as a negative. Okay. Councillor Mitchell?
Should have said I'm abstaining. I didn't.
You cannot abstain, councillor. That is a vote in the negative. Mayor Mitchell? You're back on mute again, Mayor.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry, I missed the cutout. We're voting which motion?
We're voting on the update for the CEO matter. Are you for?
Okay.
Or against?
Yeah. Yes. For.
For. Thank you. So that is Mayor in the affirmative, myself in the affirmative, Councillor Bishop against. You want to be recorded as against, Councillor?
I'm choosing to abstain.
Councillor, you've been told multiple times that in local government you cannot abstain.
I understand how it will be recorded, but I'm just
It's not how we record it, it is the Act. So you can say any words you like, but you will be recorded as against. So that is your choice. That's fine, but I'm just making clear to you, you cannot abstain. Thank you. All right. With that, we have two councillors now. We have one item left. We have two councillors that have a conflict of interest. So I would suggest that we don't expect the Mayor to come back for the close of the meeting, and we say good night and thank you for being so dedicated to be on the line when you're unwell and with the hours you're dealing with. So with that, thank you very much, Mayor Mitchell.
Take care.
And Councillor
Thank you.
Hewlett has left the room.
I'll wait for the story in the paper. Thank you.
Well, I hope not, but we'll see how we go. All right? Thank you. All right. So now we're confirming that Councillor Hewlett has left the room and Mayor Mitchell has logged off, so therefore those conflicts are dealt with. And we're returning to 20.3 public tracks and trails on private land. Can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Mitchell, seconded Councillor Mackenzie. All those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendells, Councillor Mackenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Coley and Councillor Talty. For. Those against are Councillor Bishop. And thank you everyone very much. It was a difficult, long number of matters, and I would congratulate you all very much on your professionalism, and it was a good meeting and I appreciate that from everyone, so thank you very much. The time is 1:58 and I will declare the meeting closed. Thank you.